Okay, so I guess this is YouTube, right? Hello, YouTube. Hope you're having a good one. I have no idea what I'm doing here, so I'm just gonna try to muddle through and see what's going on. See if we can have some fun here. So, first order of business today, I am going to. I guess I can pop up this chat, right? I'm gonna pop up chat. There we go. Got it. And I'm not going to worry about trying to get it to show up on stream today. I'll worry about that some other time. So, yeah, we're just going to hang out, do the streamy stream. Let me update my one thing on my end real quick. There we go. Okay, so we got a couple things that I was thinking about doing today. So first off, usually I like to check out comics on Wednesday, and it is New Comic Book Day, and I have some new comic books, so I thought that would be fun. We can see what's going on. We've got some options here. We've got Immoral X-Men issue 2. We've got Superman Lost, and we've got Wolverine 31, which I'm very curious about because I want to see what's going on with Beast. It seems like every time I turn around, Beast is getting into some kind of new trouble. But it looks like everything's more or less operational. Let's turn up the music a little. I think my ducking is a little aggressive, but that's not again, that's a problem for another time. Okay, so first of all, I guess we'll dip into a little bit of Immoral X-Men because I'm curious to see how that's progressing. I don't think I'm going to check out too much of it, but I just want to look at a little bit, see what's going on. So let's switch over to gaming, or comics, excuse me. And yeah, looks like that's working. Yeah, looks like Sinister Hope is in the mix. That's not good. Hope, the most feared words across the galaxy. If you think about it, Crosshair looks a lot like an X. Too true, too true. And it looks like the Sinister types are putting together bombs out of mutants. That seems like the sort of thing that you would expect if Sinister was in charge, or Sinister types were in charge. Over 100 years have passed since Mr. Sinister gained control over mutant kind by using clones of Moira McTaggart clones as save points. Wow, that's a weird typo. Using clones of Moira McTaggart clones as save points and embedding... Yeah, that should just be one clones, right? And embedding his own DNA into the resurrection process, beginning with the members of the Quiet Council. And it's been 100 years since Mr. Sinister has lost control over the timeline when his Moira engine was stolen, stranding him in a hell of his own making. With no other choice, Sinister is bent to the whims of his own creations, all while trying to secretly recover his Moira clones and reset the timeline. But surrounded by other Sinisters, is one ever truly safe? The Reliquary Arbor. So yeah, that makes sense. Sinister doesn't really have the same relationship with the sanctity of life, so he wouldn't really care about bringing back the same person if he has the genetic material, right? Okay, looking for a new war. Ask my fellow redhead king Genghis Khan. Was Genghis Khan a redhead? Most accounts describe him as tall and strong with a flowing mane of hair and a long, bushy beard. Perhaps the most surprising description comes courtesy of the 14th century Persian chronicler Rashid ad-Din, who claimed Genghis had red hair and green eyes. Okay. That's a little bit suspicious about the single source, but... I guess it's certainly possible, right? And the Marauders are in the mix. Although I'm not... maybe it's just... I've been reading this so piecemeal, like I've missed weeks and I haven't read every issue. I'm not super clear on what the Sinisters are trying to achieve, or maybe just, global universal domination or what. So a couple of our council members provide the base. Piotr and Kate are a very stable couple with steel strength and intangibility are all classics. A taste of Unis. Add some force fields, and I splashed in a little Kinney for aggression and survivability. Plus, I managed to get an actual Omega Telepath gene in there. We know the problems with Grey Strain, but Quire is more malleable. And on the equipment side, a Soul Sword. And it looks like Hope and friends are becoming obsolete. The Quiet Council just abhors dead weight. Nathaniel has provided all he can to the dream. So it looks like Sinister's getting himself in more trouble. I'll probably finish that later. Oh, and I was going to check out a bit of this. This is apparently something that like ties into the bigger universe of I can't remember what it's called. It's like Massive Heavy or like something like that. But basically, it's like a urban superhero thing, I think. But you know, it's a first issue, and the description sounded interesting. So, and like, you know, the cover's pretty cool. So I thought I'd check it out. So we got Kyle Higgins and Ryan Buccellato and Geraldo Borges on art. Okay. Hey! And Hassan doing letters. Alright, we're in for a good time then. March 2023. It's really striking. So, Pittsburgh. I guess that was there the whole time. Just didn't notice it until now. Super rooftop superhero moment. Whoa, that was cool. Oh, that's man, I wonder how that. I'll bet that doesn't hit the same in paper. A lot of F-bombs here. So we got Ben, we got Chief Mixon, we got Richard Rowe. I'm worried that there's a bunch of stuff coming in from the shared universe that I'm not going to follow. And more names. There's too many names here. We got Big Walt and everything. I just like give me some faces or give me some images so I can tie these. So I guess Richard Rowe is connected to the No One, but I still don't really know what No One is. Okay, here we go. We can confirm there are characteristics to connect Lewis to a third Richard Rowe copycat killer. Whether or not the killer attacked Lewis because Lewis had also been a target of No One last year is not something we can determine yet, but it's a possibility. Okay, so there's a terrorist by the name of No One, but it's called No One, so I think I'm guessing the terrorism charge is probably a little more complicated than that. And let me just check and make sure the stream is still working. Yeah, it's still working. We're still good. Okay, great. We have an advantage now thanks to the drop that I'm still not... Okay, since we spun off the drop as its own No One in Row umbrella, traffic to the... Okay, so I think... My impression is that the drop is like a media website that focuses specifically on whatever superheroics are going on, maybe? I think... That sounds plausible. Let's see. And I suspect that this is a guy who's probably a bigger deal in the other comics. He killed 2 people, attacked a state senator, and shot 2 cops. He started this whole effing movement. Oh, here we go. Your brother is Richard Rowe. He's a murderer. He confessed. Top cop and addict. Okay, yeah, I don't... I think I'm going to stop here. I'm not really understanding any of this. I thought that this might be a good jumping on point, but it is particularly not. So that leaves us with Superman Lost and Wolverine. So we could go ahead and check those out. It's a good cover. It reminds me of that old Byrne cover. Where actually, I don't think it was Byrne. I think it was I want to say Ostrander. Let's find out. Yeah, it was part of the Superman in Space saga. This is interesting, right? Because like, it's a little small. Oh, I think it was Ordway. So this is like an interesting comparison here because it's interesting to see how our relationship is with this stuff has changed. So if we look at the Ordway version, is that Ordway? No, it's wow, okay. It says it's Gamel. That's weird. Well, sorry, Gamel. I apologize. Carrie Gamel. Okay. I don't know how I got into it. It seems very Ordway-esque to me, but nope. Okay, yep, definitely a Gamel joint. But this 80s cover, it feels like it's much more insecure about the space stuff. It's like they really need to sell the space, and they also need to come up with an excuse for how he's breathing. And they've tried to do some rim lighting on the side to try to sell it, but you know, this to me is much more effective as a cover. I think this is a lot more interesting. And by being willing to push parts of him into black, I think it really sells the idea that he's actually in space. The star field is a little aggressive, but yeah, it's just interesting to sort of see the same concept depicted basically with that much space between them. So yeah, the Gamel cover came out in '89, so it's definitely been a while. But yeah, I was interested in picking this up because it's Christopher Priest on writing, so I thought that would be worth a look. Let's see what we got. Looks like Superman doing his super saving thing. Whoops. Looks like you, oh, there's like a car chase. Okay, this is not, yeah. My eye was like immediately drawn to the bottom where the woman is screaming, and I think I missed out on some details here. Was she in on it? What did she know? What was she cooking? I don't know anything about William of Ockham. William of Ockham was a English Franciscan friar, scholastic philosopher, apologist, and Catholic theologian who was believed to have been born in Ockham. Yeah, that probably checks out. Considered to be one of the major figures of medieval thought, and was at the center of the major intellectual and political controversies of the 14th century. He is commonly known for Occam's razor. Oh shit, it's Mr. Occam, the methodological principle that bears his name, and also produced significant works on logic, physics, and theology. Okay. Because of the Pope's attack on the rule of St. Francis, William of Ockham, Michael of Cesena, and other leading Franciscans fled Avignon on the 26th of May, 1328, and eventually took refuge in the court of the Holy Roman Emperor Louis IV of Bavaria, who also engaged in dispute with the papacy and became William's patron. Gotcha. My man got himself in some trouble there. They're cute together. They make it work. Well, that's a little creepy. The Dutch angle, I think, does a lot of work. Nicely staged, though. Oh, shit. That's, 20 years. That's a long time. Oh, I just realized something. Just a sec. Okay, so, boop. 20 years. That's a lot. Yeah, that's, okay, that sold it better. Sorry, I had to turn something on. All right. Where were we? Lois, Wayne. I like how red they've colored his around his eyes. Why would he lie to Lois about it? It's Lois. Chinese submarine malfunctioned and sank off of Luzon Island in sovereign waters where no Chinese sub should have been. Hey, RH, how you doing, buddy? Glad to see you found your way over. It's an interesting experience. There's not going to be any chat on stream, but I can see it, so. Yeah, this one pretty smooth, actually. I was a little bit concerned, but everything got set up. And I had to make a thumbnail. They apparently require thumbnails here, but yeah, we got it working. All right, where were we? Let's see. Chinese hoped to rescue the crew and recover the sub before anyone realized they were there, which of course led to a confrontation with U.S. forces, resulting in an exchange of fire. The Chinese jet going down became a flashpoint for all-out war. So the call went out. Certified Justice League moment. This is interesting. This particular page feels a lot less like... there's almost like a David Finch-esque aspect to this. I never had that happen, but I also frequently make cover graphics for videos, so they worked as one. Yeah, I don't know. Unless I'm doing something wrong, I think I have to do a thumbnail. But fortunately, I make a lot of dumb memes in my spare time, so I had a bunch of tools for a dumb thumbnail ready to go. But yeah, I don't know. It's been pretty quiet so far. A Chinese salvage crew is down here. Went in the wreck hours ago. Haven't come out. Understood, Aquaman. Bringing the DSRV down now. The salvage crew. Were they armed? Didn't see. Wouldn't worry about it. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like... I feel like this is... the art here is a little... uneven. Like, I think this artist is like very good, but I feel like it's a little inconsistent, and not necessarily inconsistent in a bad way, but it's just like I feel like almost with each character, like the bottom right feels a lot more like Ivan Reis than the artist's other stuff. This Wayne also kind of feels like he's coming from a different style. It's all very good. It's just that, like, I don't know, it feels like his art is almost still coming together. Like, he's still sort of finding his exact style and finding, like, the right choices to use. It's inconsistent, I think, is how I would probably describe it. I think although I would argue, I think he's already better than somebody like David Finch, but Finch is like very consistent. As soon as you see a David Finch, you know you're looking at a David Finch. But as far as why the whole Justice League is there, I have no idea. Maybe because it's an international incident and they want to back each other up. It would look a little weird if it was just Superman, I guess. Good old invisible plane joke. While Green Lantern handles the East, I'll offer a telepathic suggestion to the brave American pilots in the name of international cooperation. Man, I do not love that. I do not love that that line break in that word balloon. I just don't know what's going on. What is Flash? Well, Flash is throwing off enough static to foul up their satellite targeting and navigation. So basically, there was a submarine that malfunctioned, and it's in waters where they're not supposed to be. So I think, like, yeah, it says Luzon. And so basically, everybody's saber rattling, and the Justice League are basically trying to defuse the situation with their various powers and abilities. All right, the jets are bugging out. Flash has blinded the ship's targeting capability for the moment. Let's get that sub out of there. I think if I had one thing negative to say about Christopher Priest, who I think is definitely one of the best. Oh, wow, I actually did drop some frames. That's a bummer. It's interesting because, like, my Twitch stream on Monday was like the first stream I've ever had where I literally had 0 dropped frames, which was like really cool. But I seem to be having some. It looks pretty minor, but it looks like I'm having some hiccups here. But it doesn't look too bad. It says the stream's in excellent condition. And I think my music died. The Comcast guy came over today. I'm still not getting that gigabit I paid for, but at this point, it looks like the problem is now on my end. He went up on the roof, and apparently there was something wrong with one of the cables that they had to fix, but I'm still having issues, so we'll figure it out, though. Okay. Oh, right. So as far as Priest goes, I think he's definitely an above average writer, but I think he can get a little muddled in terms of what the actual, like, what's going on in his comics, because they're very complicated. There's a lot of, like, moving parts, there's a lot of different characters, there's a lot of different, like, angles that are being played, and as a result, it can be a little confusing to keep track of what's going on. And I think sometimes if he isn't really firing on all cylinders with his artist, I think it can be a little bit difficult to figure out where I think if he isn't, like, really working well with the artist, that the artist can introduce confusion where there might not necessarily be any. That looks like a jeepney. The Chinese rescue teams churned up a lot of mud. These blasted war machines, pollution, turbidity, noise, waste, massive impact on marine ecosystems. Let's get it out of here. 20 feet. 10. And there was no submarine. That's right. So, yeah, alien ship, I would believe it. And there is a containment breach for a faster than light drive. That's not good. The destabilized core could be drawing the entire bay into it, followed by the island and left unchecked. Earth. So, yeah, that's interesting. Superman's face in that third panel looks very strange to me. Like, it's a very well drawn face, but it just doesn't look like Superman to me. Or it doesn't look like the usual Superman. And I'm trying to see, like, I don't think. Yeah, so his face feels different here. And I guess, I don't know. I think this artist is also a little same-facey in some cases. Like, the hair and the color are doing a lot of work to separate Bruce from Superman here. Again, he's like very good, and his similar faces, I think, are already better than a lot of other artists. But I don't. Yeah, there's some dodgy stuff here. Okay, Superman goes in. And he needs to stay in to stop what's happening. And it looks like they definitely need to stop what's happening for sure. Oh, right. Because if Superman got teleported far enough out, then if he didn't have a way of teleporting back, then he's got to go back the slow way. That's a bummer. Oh, this is interesting. Carlo Bucalian and Jason Paz with Aimer Santos. Oh, heck. I'll bet what if it's different artists? This is a little confusing, though, because it says Carlo Pagulayan plot and art, Jason Paz inks. But I don't understand what this block at the bottom is about. That's weird. Oh, so the variant covers. Okay. Gotcha. Interesting. Well, that's a intriguing first issue. I guess we'll see where we go from here. And I think that just leaves us with Wolverine. So we're going to go see what our old buddy the Beast is up to. Good old Beast. Can't wait to see what exciting new war crimes he's invented. But we're going to do that after a break, which I guess will be hopefully blessedly commercial free. I think it's commercial free. I need to check the settings, but I think, yeah, that'll be cool, right? No ads. I can dig it. But yeah, BRB, LOL. Okay, we are back. So, where were we? Oh, right, we were gonna check out the latest Wolverine. I'm frustrated by the Beast stuff, because, like, I think the idea of having a character kind of go dark side like that is interesting, but I feel like they've just really, really, really dragged it out. And they haven't really done a very good job of adding some nuance to him. Like, he just does horrible things and then gets away with it. And usually he doesn't have a very good reason to do horrible things. Like, he's like, oh, I had to do it to protect stuff, but usually there would have been a lot better options. And yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, it's a fascinating type of character that I just wish was handled better. But it looks like we're getting a whole mess of beasties. So let's go ahead and dig in, and this is going to be our last comic for the day. And let me think, what are we going to do? Well, I got some more drawing to do. I guess we could just do that. I'm not sure I'm really in the mood to do much writing today. Yep. Juan Jose Rip, who I am not the biggest fan of, but who I respect as an artist. I think he's a good artist. I just don't like what he does. He worked with Warren Ellis, right? Yeah. I think that's yeah, No Hero, I think, is the first comic I read from him. I will say I think he's improved over the years. Like, I think his style is a lot tighter. I feel like in the old days, he would add like a lot of detail that didn't really contribute a lot, like a little, scribbly scrabbly. But I feel like he's grown more restrained, and I feel like when he does do it, it's usually for good reason. So it adds like some very useful texture. And so, like, that skull in the third and fourth panel, I think is sold a lot better because of the way he does that sort of stippling effect. Given the sensitive nature of my position, I ensured that my mind was backed up to a Cerebro unit every minute more than any other mutant. Wolverine killed me because I killed Wolverine. Some will believe Logan was right, and was in the right, but in fact I am the one wronged. What I did was only quote-unquote bad if you're caught up in a moral philosophy that is ultimately pointless, a squishy construction of fables. I was charged with whatever was necessary, with doing whatever was necessary to protect Krakoa. The greatest good for the... I can't read today. The greatest good for the greatest number of mutants. That is, and has always been, my true north. It's very distinct, and it can be very striking. I'm not sure... yeah, I mean, I think he's very good at what he does. I'm just, like, personally not a huge fan of the aesthetic. For me, I always tended to vibe more with artists like, I really like Brian Hitch and Stuart Immonen. Those guys are probably, like, near the top of my list. But yeah, no, Rip is very good for sure. Beast agenda activated. Uh-oh. That's not good. When I'm calculating our success as a whole, smaller variables come into play. Lies will be told, bribes will be made, people will die. I killed Wolverine, yes. I resurrected him with a pared down, pure, and primal mind, yes. So what? Hell yeah. He has been second-guessing and even threatening Krakoa for some time. He was on the brink of abandoning his duties. Should we allow our ultimate weapon to simply walk away? No, that's idiocy. It would be like Washington tossing out the keys to the nuclear arsenal. He suffers, but millions of mutants prosper. That's good math. That's the proper decision. Certified Amelis moment. Yeah, like I would say that this is something that, Rip probably does better than a lot of artists. This really does feel like some sort of gargantuan kaiju abomination. And it feels very grotesque in a way that I think a lot of other artists would have trouble pulling off nearly as well. Beast Unleashed! Beast has gone rogue. He killed Wolverine, interrupting his resurrection process to create his own private assassin without morals. After time, Wolverine's brain began to heal and his memories returned. Upon breaking free of his prison, he encountered his ally, Jeff Vanisher's daughter, Maddie, seeking him out for aid for her father. But before she could relay the full story, Beast poisoned her and fled. Desperate for answers, Wolverine and Sage tracked Jeff to his new position at the CIA's X desk, where he revealed that he'd been working as a double agent for Beast under threat of death to Maddie. Beast attacked Jeff for revealing secrets, gravely wounding him before fleeing again. Springing into action, Wolverine apprehended and killed Beast, but unknown to the world, Beast had a contingency plan in place, auto-resurrecting himself in a new body. That is pretty gross. It's over. Beast is dead. Uh-oh. Oh, that's... Good lord. What is this? So all of a sudden we're, doing a Last of Us moment in here. Good lord. That is... yikesy. Most recently on a secret space prison... Okay. So I don't like... I've never been a huge fan of colored caption boxes, but I feel like they might have come in handy here because I had to stop and think about, like, wait a minute, what the hell is going on? Like, who's narrating this? Ack. I would prefer my activities remain covert from mutants and humans alike. Yeah, I will say he's definitely killing it this issue. But they're giving him a lot of freaky deaky to go ahead and draw, which is, I think, where he excels. Humans will fear me, and many of my fellow mutants will hate me, but I can endure hate. You can live without love, but you can't live without hope. It's some sort of kaiju failsafe that Beast has apparently constructed if he needs to go on the run. I don't think we're clear on what all of the particulars are yet, but we saw the skull pop out a while ago. This is very sinister-y, I think. Morality is usually based on a fear of punishment, some form of God, which could also find a lesser substitute, and a parent, teacher, a police officer at all is watching your actions or even listening to your thoughts, and if you sin, you will burn. But I believe in no God beyond calculation and reason. There is no right or wrong. There are smart and stupid decisions. There are advantageous and disadvantageous moves. I am unafraid of any damning punishment. This makes me not immoral, but amoral, and thus clear-headed in my decision-making. Beast. I think Beast is just basically turned into Henry Kissinger. He's gone full Kissinger. Kissinger, of course, was famous for roaming the earth in a unnatural giant kaiju monster and cloning himself repeatedly. Also war crimes. He was real big on war crimes. Yeah, I think the only way Hank stops is if somebody stops him. And the cradle, yeah, of course, Beast has covered his tracks. Curiously, Beast did leave all files from the time period in which he joined the Avengers untouched. He must not have viewed anything about that version of himself as important or compromising. Interesting. So I guess they can resurrect Beast and undo all of this character development if they need to. Beast going ahead and doing a little bit of the old supervillain monologue. Okay. I've heard enough from you, and I've had enough of you. You believe the point is gone because I stole it, but that is incorrect. If you think of this in human terms, you just arrived at the office to discover the locks have been changed and your desk has been emptied and boxed up. You have been terminated. This will be my last transition. You would be wise not to seek me out or attempt to interfere in any way with my work. The work that needs to be done without meddling or compromise. It would be easier for me not to do any of this, but I feel I must for the good of all mutant kind. X-Force is no more. I will call this new program Weapons of X. Wham. This Beast fellow's kind of out of control. Weapons of X will continue, of course. I'm trying to see if it... Yeah. Well, that's not good. So I think the comic I liked the most this week was probably Superman Lost, although I had some nitpicks about it. But all in all, this was a solid week. I don't know if you were here, but I tried reading that No One comic, but I just couldn't make heads or tails of it. It's definitely tying into way too much stuff, so I really got lost. But yeah, let's see. Where are my notes? I have notes. I think, yeah, we were getting pretty close on the art for the Killing Joke summary, right? Yeah. So we've got to go with the... Okay. So let me go ahead and fire some stuff up. Oh, yeah, I did want to check this out before we get too far into it. There's a new version of Clip Studio Paint out, which is somewhat controversial because they were talking about moving to a subscription model, which got everybody extremely tilted because a big part of the appeal of Clip Studio is that it's not Adobe, and Adobe, of course, loves a good subscription model. So, but they had some features in it that actually looked pretty cool. So let me think about. Okay, so Firefox. All right, cool. Right. Oh, let's go ahead and see if there's anything talking about that.
Posing 3D models with your hands, a shading assistant, facial expressions, and a radical new way of adding perspective to your drawings, and more? It is a day for celebration, because not only have I finally made another video after half a year, we also get to take a look at some of the cool new features in Clip Studio Paint version 2.0, which releases today. Celsius, the makers of Clip Studio Paint, gave me early access to check it out and get familiar with the new.
Okay, where the hell is that music coming from? Just a sec.
Like all the stuff that had happened to her, and
Nope, not it. Oh, I guess two windows got open somehow. So let's go ahead and close you. All right, there we go. And jump back.
New tools and features that will help speed up your workflow and make it even more fun to create digital art, whether it's drawing manga or webtoon or elaborate paintings. Big thanks again to Celsius for the opportunity and for sponsoring this video. Let's get started with a feature that will help your characters express themselves: the updated 3D head.
So I don't know how interested I am in the head, but I really don't like the current version 1.0 head, but I'm curious to see if this is better.
Model section of Clip Studio Paint we'll be looking at today. The 3D models in the previous version were already incredibly useful, and I've demonstrated that in previous videos of.
They do have one new feature that's coming up though that like might be worth upgrading alone, like just for that feature.
They were effectively faceless dolls with a nose and two lines to help you roughly find your bearings when it came to adding eyes and a mouth. With the new models you can create a more personalized reference. The new head model has a lot of customizable options that we can take full advantage of by selecting the operation icon and then clicking on this little wrench here to open the menu. Under facial features, you can find a multitude of ways to change the appearance of the face. And I love how simple it is, quite like a lot of the character creators from your favorite role-playing games. Let's play around with the eyes and change the size, tilt them, position them differently, all by playing with the sliders here, while having the eyes selected. One good rule of thumb is to make the eyes bigger if the character should appear younger, and to keep them on the smaller side when they are supposed to be older. Changing other features like the mouth, nose, eyebrows, ears, forehead or neck is just as simple. Since it's all in 3D, you can get a feel for what your character will look like from any angle. And it's a good idea to regularly check different angles, or you accidentally create someone with a vastly different, let's say, personality from the side. If you're worried about always drawing the
slightly different
characters, this will definitely help you break out of that. Typically though, the first thing you'll want to do is to create a more natural and handsome face for your OC. So let's try that. Here I'm trying to make a face that suits my character Darius, so I can use it as a reference. Darius is more mature looking, a bit mysterious and maybe even a little sinister. So I try to keep in mind that his eyes are a bit smaller, and his nose is also positioned a bit differently. I make the lips smaller and change the position as well. In case you want to create interesting, less symmetrical faces,
So I
you
feel like this would be better for.
can
Yeah,
also
I'm gonna
go to the
skip
menu and
this.
click on
Okay, yeah, that's what I was wondering because like I was like, this seems like it would be very good for, manga characters, but they do have some variety there.
Here we have 8 more archetypes to choose from. Select the head that is closest to the character you have in mind and slightly raise the parameter to push the appearance more towards the direction that you have in mind. Trying the other archetypes can sometimes work surprisingly well also. Lastly, you can adjust the lighting around your model. This was also possible in the previous version, but it wasn't necessarily that helpful for portraits, for example. It only really helped you to get a rough idea of the general light situation. With this update though, the lighting for the head model has become much more usable for facial studies. Changing up the light.
Okay, so here is the here's the feature that I would pay $30 for this just to upgrade, just to get this feature. What the hell?
It's also possible the head and face of our character sorted. Let's make him do something with his hands. Now, we all know that drawing hands is difficult. Very difficult. I mean, even AI has trouble producing hands, and apparently they can complete a master's degree for you. And along comes Celsius and add a hand scanner to Clip Studio Paint 2.0 to help us all out in our eternal struggle. No, not that kind of scanner. It uses your camera to let you pose your character's hands with.
Oh my god.
To get there, we first add a body model to the canvas by dragging and dropping it onto the head model layer. At this point, I wasn't sure whether there'll be much of his body visible in the final image, but I knew I wanted some hands in the frame. I mentioned it before, but if you want to get a deep dive into working with these models, check out some of my previous videos. So to make the magic happen, select your model and click on the symbol here. Then choose Hand Scanner. This opens another window with a little camera screen where you can look at yourself and your hand in all its glory. Once your hand is detected in the camera view, all of the movements immediately transfer onto the model in real time. Whatever you do, the model follows, like clicking on that like button on this video. You do have to make sure that your hand is properly lit and there's enough contrast to the background for the hand detection to work right. My built-in camera might not be the best in terms of position and image quality, but it still worked surprisingly well. Because my tablet is usually in an angled position, it has a slight frog perspective. That means I have to adjust my pose to make it readable for the scanner. The better your hand is detected, the less shaky the 3D model will get when following adjustments.
No, I mean, this is so mind-blowing to me. Like, I'm just... I'm honestly just so... Like, if they managed to come up with, like, a full-body version of this, like, that would be so insanely helpful. That would just be a game-changer right there. And, like, that's something that I've kind of been obsessed with for years, which is trying to figure out how to put that together. I've never... like, I actually wound up buying a Kinect, but I could never get the thing to cooperate. I don't know. They seem finger length to me. He has a big hand, although I don't know if that's just perspective warping.
Set up any studio grade equipment. Once I'm satisfied with the pose, I just need to click OK and the pose gets transferred to my model. For the other hand, it's basically the same. You just need to select the other hand and then navigate to the hand scanner menu again. With everything in its place, I now need to put the head on the body. I double click the head and use the arrows to position the head correctly. You want to make sure to have the body pose nailed down before you put the head on top.
Oh, that's
any later
weird.
Adjustments and rotations to the pose will require proportional adjustments to the head as well. Remember, the head and body are two separate objects in our scene, but in the operation menu under Object List, you can hold Control and select both objects to move them around together. Later on, we'll see another feature that can help you in a pinch.
That seems really dumb. Like it should let you edit the body on the. It should let you edit the head on the body. I don't know why they would do that. I don't think it takes much. Like, I've always been able to run Character Animator, excuse me, not Character Animator. I've always been able to run Clip Studio Paint on my Surface, which is not that good. It can't even like. I can't really run Character Animator on my Surface, but Clip Studio works fine. The 3D modeling for Clip Studio is very, very, very basic, or at least it used to be. I don't know. 2.0 might be more aggressive. Anywho, where were we?
things in your scene. But before that, let's have a look at the new Shading Assist filter. Clip Studio Paint already added the Colorize option a few years ago. You would give it some line art and
Yeah,
it will try its best to
I have zero patience for the colorize thing. I think it's very useless.
colorize it. I did a video about that a while ago, so you might want to check that out if you haven't already. The new Shading Assistant works a bit differently. What you need is the line art and a selection filled with color of the subject that you want the assistant to shade. There's a trick to quickly selecting your subject that I always like to bring up. Select the Magic Wand tool and click the outer area of your line art. Then simply invert the selection. On a new layer that is underneath the line art, you can pick the bucket tool and fill the selection with color. But make sure the bucket tool is set to only work on a single layer, otherwise it will actually follow the line art from the other layer as well. Now you have a solid shape of your subject. The next step is to create selections for the individual parts like hair, skin, eyes and so on. And that's it for the setup. All you have to do
So
now is
flats,
click
basically.
Clip,
He's
then
doing
Shading
flats right
Assistant,
now.
which will immediately spring
Okay.
into effect. A big blue circle indicates the position of the light source. Simply drag it around to change the position from where the light is coming. Over here, there's a new menu where you can choose between different shading and color styles. There are cell shading and smooth shading options, which, depending on your style, both deliver really interesting results. If you have browsed through the options and something caught your interest, you can adjust the colors individually and also play with the intensity. Personally, I like to go for that cell shading look that adds a bright orange
Yeah, I
line
don't
around the shadow.
think this is very
As a lot
useful.
on your drawing or painting, it's often a lot more difficult to make any radical changes. That's especially annoying if you suddenly notice any mistakes in regards to proportions or getting the hairstyle wrong accidentally. Should you end up in that situation, there's one more tool you can try to save all your hard work, the Liquify tool. It's definitely my favorite feature and personal highlight of this new update. The possibility to liquefy is close to the single one reason I switched from working mainly traditionally with pencil and paper to more and more digitally over the last years. It's just that powerful. To be able to quickly adjust proportions and experiment without the need to do the whole drawing again and again is something that, in my opinion, is almost more powerful than the ubiquitous undo feature you get from hitting Ctrl Z. That might be a hot take. Is it? I don't know. Anyway, with all the praise for Liquify, there also was one problem I had in prior versions of Clip Studio Paint. I'll just let the footage speak for itself for a short moment. Maybe you can guess what I'm talking about. As you saw, Liquify could only be applied to one layer at a time.
Okay, that's cool.
Liquify is great for making smaller tweaks and fixing mistakes.
Don't
Go
care
to
about
layer,
this.
ruler frame,
Don't care about this.
fill the room with more details. You could start, for example, with a bookshelf or a table, or maybe add another connection. You'll notice
this?
though that this exaggerated perspective is only present in the background. To make the character fit in, I'll use the geometric distortion filter. First, I'll have to transfer everything to one layer. If you want to keep your original layers, make sure to copy them before merging them, and then go to Filter, Distort, Geometric Distortion. This filter is also part of the new update, and in contrast to the fisheye lens filter that has been there before, this one lets you adjust the size of the result while playing around with the intensity of the distortion, making it a bit easier to use in getting the best out of this effect. In my case, I try
Interesting.
to replicate the fisheye effect that I have created for the background. I placed the reference point somewhere around the forehead, so that the warp effect happens at the matching area. If you want, you can do a bit of fine tuning with Liquify now, or depending on the size of your canvas, you can try to create the whole fisheye effect with just Liquify on all.
That's not an effect I think I've ever used, but it's interesting
Align and distribute.
to see
This
that they're
tool
thinking
really
about. I
helps
guess it's
if
more
you want to create your
pop.
own brushes
I think
and
fisheye stuff
simply
is more
align the
popular in manga.
individual
Oh shit!
fisheye
Really?
effect with just Liquify on
Oh my
all layers
God.
simultaneously. Because with Clip Studio Paint 2.0, that is now possible. Lastly, some honorable mentions that I didn't cover, but that are pretty useful nonetheless. Align and distribute. This tool really helps if you want to create your own brushes.
I had a couple of years ago. I had a. I'm gonna send this to my friend. I had a friend who was like super interested in Clip Studio and was ready to make the jump, but this is the single lack of feature that convinced him not to make the jump. So let's see. I just realized there's something I gotta fix on my end. Give me a sec. Fire up Discord.
And need to align the individual elements so the results look seamless. 3D fork and straighten. 3D models of environments now have fork included, so you have better reference for distances. And also you can now push the straighten button in case you need the model to be viewed in a
Okay, sorry, I gotta start that over. Okay, so screen grab. Okay, that's sorry. I'm getting some weirdness with my screen grabber. Let me try. I guess I'll try the shitty Windows thing. See if that helps.
so the results look seamless. 3D fork and straighten. 3D models of environments now have fork included, so you have better reference for distances. And also you can now push the straighten button in case you need the model to be viewed in a 2-point perspective.
Oh, that's cool.
Touch for 3D models.
That's another nice one.
3D models, you can now move the camera with your fingers if your tablet supports.
Hello.
Now, which feature has been used?
My biggest regret is that as much as I love my big fancy Wacom Cintiq, I wasn't able to get my hands on a touch version. That's the one thing that I really want more than anything. Like that's the one piece of hardware left in my life that I've always really wanted, but unfortunately it is, well, let's check. So if I were to get a Wacom Cintiq 4K touch, how much would that cost? Yeah, that bad boy's a little bit outside of my price range. Because even if I sold my current one, I don't. Well, that's an interesting question. eBay. Wacom Cintiq Touch. No, not Touch. Wacom Cintiq 24 Pro. So yeah. Okay, yeah. So I think it looks like I would be lucky to get probably maybe like $1,000 or $1,500 for it. So yeah, they don't screw around. But this is the bad boy that of my dreams. I was thinking about maybe trying to get a touch screen monitor, because like there's just like a ton of things like it would be helpful to have for the stream, because like if I can just tap stuff without having to like necessarily move my mouse over there, like that's helpful for some stuff. There's a lot of if for the Joker video, there's a lot of things where having a touchscreen would be helpful for that. Um, yeah, well, being able to get being able to get the one I've got because of a gig was pretty cool. But yeah, I think as far as like just touchscreen stuff goes, let's see, touch screen 4K monitor. I guess it wouldn't really need to be 4K, but I don't know. Now that I've got a bunch of 4K monitors, I kind of feel like it's hard to go back. I've been really curious about these. Like, I've been seeing a lot of these. I see like a lot of ads and stuff. Probably because I do similar searches for these. This one's not too bad. They got a used one for only 233. That's pretty good. Although I don't know, I'm skeptical that a 15-inch 4K monitor is going to be very useful. I feel like that's just like not enough. Because the 4K I've got is 27 inches, and I feel like that's just about right. But I don't know. I don't really know that much about how touchscreens work, so maybe it's like really expensive to do them the larger they are or something. I'm not sure. But I guess yeah, these are also designed to be like travel monitors, so but like I've never heard of U Perfect before. What's U Perfect? IPS, USB-C, that makes me a little nervous too. Why would you care about 4K? Yeah, at 15.6, like I feel like you're gonna have to zoom up to see anything anyway, right? So I don't know. Here's a oh, that's interesting. 2K at 16 inches. Like that's interesting. How much is that? 229 and not that much better used. That's really tempting. Like I could see biting the bullet on. I'm honestly pretty tempted here. Oh shit, and it's 120 hertz. Oh my god, I might buy this. Because I've been meaning to upgrade my hertzies. So that if this is actually a good monitor, although the it's USB-C, right? That gives me pause because I don't think I was messing around with a USB-C thing on my current machine, but my motherboard's a little bit older, so I couldn't get it to work, which was really frustrating. It's got a VESA mount. That's cool. No driver needed. 2 full-featured USB Type-C ports and 1 mini HDMI port. So my concern there is that if the USB-C ports didn't work, I'm not convinced that HDMI is capable of transmitting the necessary touch data. Easy to connect with Stream Deck, Switch, Xbox, PS5. But yeah, I don't know. Like, it's tempting. I actually picked up like an El Cheapo 144 hertz monitor for like $80. And it's kind of busted. Like, it's got a bunch of ugly lines on the screen. So, but like gaming with that is just like it's night and day. Like, I am completely sold on the hertz thing. Did that say mini HDMI? 1 mini, yeah, okay. I think I have a dongle for that. Mini. How long is the mini HDMI cable in the box? Oh yeah, this could be a problem. HDMI not compatible with 2K. Well, that doesn't make sense. Oh, it's not compatible with 120. Yeah, I think that's right. I think for my 144 hertz, I had to switch to a display port because it just couldn't handle the regular HDMI couldn't handle the bandwidth. My 4K is so my Cintiq is 4K and I have another 4K monitor, so I'm 4K'd out. I'm 4K'ing all day long. But the other thing is that I am hoping to kind of do some more work when I'm out and about, and in order to do that, I'd need an external monitor that I can take with me. And so obviously my usual big dog 4Ks are not practical for taking to a coffee shop or taking to a studio or whatever. So I've kind of been on the hunt for something like this. So if it actually worked with my Surface, shit, I might actually bite the bullet on this. Let me add it to my Let me go ahead and grab this link and add it to my personal browser, and I'll come back and revisit this later. Because it would, you know, I don't know. It's difficult to explain, but there's something about having two monitors mentally that's like very helpful for me. Like being able to work on one and have another for reference. Even with a 4K monitor where I feel like I don't really need to do that, just having like the two side by side is very helpful. And also, of course, there's also the stream with the streaming element, obviously, like having an El Cheapo extra monitor to like check my stream in is very handy. Also, follow up on the stream quality. I noticed that we actually haven't dropped any more frames, so I think there was like a hiccup at the beginning, and it's been behaving ever since. So that's cool. But yeah, that's shit. I might, you know, I think 2K at 16 is like, that's probably good, right? Like I feel like that would be, but damn, between the 2K, the touch. This is touch, right? Portable gaming monitor. Oh shit, I think this isn't touch. Okay, so that's how they got me. Yeah, no, this isn't touch. Okay, so that's the trick. Well, now I'm suddenly much less interested. Oh well. Well, so is there a touchscreen 2K? Okay, so the price just went back up. I think I think touchscreens are just kind of expensive. 2K, 13 inches. Oh, I guess I can specify, right? So let's go with 14 to 17. Can I do a feature? I really hate using touchscreen. Let's get touchscreen in there. And okay, so we've got an InnoView portable 4K. And I don't have any more options. 60 hertz, 60. Yeah, so it looks like these are all 60. I guess I don't care that much about the hertz. The hertz isn't probably the deal breaker. But okay, well, I don't think I see. It's interesting. It looks like there's some maneuvering in this market that I find very intriguing, but I don't think what I want is out there yet. But I thought I was coming in here to check out 4K stuff. What happened to that? Okay. Let's go back to that.
Your favorite. Or if you are watching this at a later point.
All right. Well, thanks to Lyle Van for helping us learn more about the exciting world of Clip Studio Paint 2. Oh, right. We were going to check that out. So close you, open you. There we go. I guess we can close. All right. Version 2 release sale. Let's get some tunage going. So I probably am going to want, I think I have EX currently, right? Yeah. Yeah, I have EX. So this is a one-time purchase license. I assume I already have version 1. Yeah. So I can go from Pro to EX. I can go from debut. I can go from Pro discounted version, one-time purchase, EX1 to EX2. So this would cost me $40, which is a little more than I wanted. But again, if that hand tracking actually works, and this is the part that makes me very nervous. So Clip Studio Paint Pro Update Pass Annual. So it looks like they are still doing the subscriptions. Version 1 users can get early access to new feature updates, including Beyond 2.0 with the Update Pass add-on. The Update Pass is automatically renewed every year. The Update Pass... honestly, though, like, I don't think $30 is that unreasonable for years. For a year. Okay, you can use Clip Studio Paint version 2 for an unlimited amount of time. You will not get early access to new features. You will need to switch licenses after installing a new version by starting the app, changing the license, and then restarting the app. Okay, well, it would be really funny if, like, for somebody that's the deal breaker. Gold is a type of point. Oh my god, they've added microtransactions to Clip Studio. Gold, 100 gold is about $1 USD and can be purchased with a credit card. There are a number of ways to acquire gold. Jesus. Okay. First time users get 1 month free. So I'm not sure I understand this. So is this saying that if I sign up for the update pass, that means that I get to use version 2, or like this feels really complicated to me, which I don't love. Okay, I'm back. Jesus, at this point I'm going to have to get like a degree in upgrading to Clip Studio 2. Let's see. Review change license. Logging in. Okay, Clip Studio Paint. So I currently am on EX version 1, which is about what I expect. And it's currently active, which is good. Please see here for your plan information, okay? Signing in. All right, currently you do not have a plan. Monthly plans allow you the freedom to pay for the app only when you use it for the device you want to use it on. Sign up for a monthly plan for the first time to get up to 3 months free. While your plan is active, you can use all of the latest features. See details here. I'm going to guess this is going to take us back. Okay, so there's 3 plans. There's a monthly usage plan. There's a perpetual version one-time purchase. And there's an update pass. So the update pass is $9.99 a year according... Wait, that doesn't make sense. Okay, single device. Oh shit! I do not like that at all. That is not cool. I hate single device stuff. I'm absolutely aggravated just by Adobe, and Adobe does 2 devices. Like, you know, I have devices. Let me do device stuff. It's not. It's just obnoxious, honestly. Okay, so just digging through. Purchase app, change grade, or payment plan. Oh my god, they've made this so complicated. There's like so many different things. I don't... Okay. So, going back to this page, we've got monthly, perpetual, and update. How to buy the one-time. I don't need a one-time, right? Because, well, I do. I might need a one-time if I decide to bump up to 2. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of licenses either, buddy. And Clip was always really good about being really chill about that. Like, you know, I got a copy of Clip Studio for my birthday like 1,000,000 years ago, and I've been running it ever since. And it was like $100, but like, you know, I was very happy to do it, and I've been running it on my old machine, my new machine. I run it on my Surface. Yeah. The following are excluded from the sale. This says that the EX plan, EX Pass is $30 a year. But over here, it says that the Update Pass, which sounds like the same thing, is only $10 a year. So I don't understand what the difference is. Maybe I'm like on a... maybe I'm in some sort of like special deal or something. Let's do a search. I'm lucky because I get what do you call it? I get Creative Cloud through work, so. Oh, okay. So I think this is just referring to the... Okay, so this is referring to the Pro Update Pass, but I have EX, so I think that's the price difference. Jesus, that's a big bump. The Update Pass is automatically renewed every year. Version 1 users can early access new feature updates, including and beyond 2.0. So I think basically the way it works is 2.0 is sort of like a solid point in time, and so it'll have these features and but it won't add new ones. But I mean, that's kind of a tough sale, right? Because upcoming Clip Studio, so the 2.0 features are cool, but they haven't really sold me. Like, why would I sign up for the Update Pass? Like, what's the appeal there? The improved brush blending is cool too, I gotta admit. Do I have a Twitter thing? I do not have a Twitter thing. I cannot be bothered. Okay, so I'm going to do a quick check on Twitter. And I think I've probably wasted enough time on this, so... good to have in my back pocket, but I'll Clip Studio future features. Because, I mean, they went like a couple years without really doing any new features, so... You know, if we got a long wait like that, then it's, you know, subscription pass doesn't really seem that appealing. Extending the offer to get version 2.0 for free with a pre-release. Okay, so this is for people who haven't already bought it. Okay. So right now, I think I'm kind of leaning toward signing up for 2.0 and just sort of reserving judgment. I spent 2 to 3 hours staring at stuff to buy. Well, I mean, I guess that's what we're doing here, right? Raw. But it's the EX aspect is kind of giving me pause. Yeah, well, I mean, so how many different variations do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So I have 11 different choices. That is, I mean, I guess possibly 14 if you include the gold stuff, which I would never do, but it's still on the list. Like, that's insane. I'm sorry. That is not acceptable. Like, you need to get together, people. I'm a little bit lucky because some of these choices are off the board for me because of just my setup, but like that is so much for somebody who is like particularly just starting out to have to like try to muddle their way through. So 1 year plan for single device. I already have version 1. Okay, so I think this counts discounted upgrade version for one-time purchase licenses version 1.0 to 2.0. So what is the difference between a discounted upgrade purchase? Oh, no. So we need the EX to EX. So that would be $40 from me. And that means I get unlimited version 2.0, but I don't get early access to new future features. But again, I don't know if I care about future features. So, but on the other hand, if the future features are dope, then it seems like it would be smarter to just pay the $30 a year. Yeah. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and I think do this. So let me jump over to private. Because like I said, I'm willing to pay $30 like just for the hand thing. I'm obsessed with the hand thing. Oh shit. And oh, that's cool. So now that I logged into my account, it's actually dropping it to 50% off. So that's pretty good. Oh, wait. No, it's not. Sorry. I thought that was going to be cooler than it was. All right. Never mind. It's still 30. Or 40, excuse me. Yeah, I think I'm going to do it. Currently, you do not have a plan. Bullshit. I absolutely have a plan. Your license. Latest update. Okay, well, ugh. I remember I also, the first time I actually bought Clip Studio, I remember I had to spend like I think an hour or two figuring out how to just enter my licensing information. Discounted version update for one-time purchase license. That's me. Yeah, I'm the purchase license guy. 1 year plan for a single device. No, thank you. Okay. USD. Buy now. Currently, you do. Maybe I have to sign up for a plan? See details here. Oh, maybe I have to enter. Okay. I just have to enter my serial number because for some reason it doesn't. I thought I was logged in, but okay. Account. Did you watch Babylon? Did we talk about Babylon? I guess it did okay at the Oscars, but I don't think did it win anything? It should have won for score at least. That score was phenomenal. Ba-da-bum, bum, ba-da-bum. All right, give me a sec. So just a little behind the scenes info for you. I'm trying to use my standing desk more. My back's been bothering me lately, so that's why I've been doing the 5-minute breaks. But it takes a little while to transition everything over. So yeah, now you know my my deepest, darkest secret. I thought about trying to set up the puppet for standing, but I'm lazy. So let's see about we want version information, maybe. Yeah, there's my serial. Oh shit, it's censoring my serial. How am I gonna do this? Oh, review change license, maybe. Okay, so apparently I need an activation code, but I'm not sure how to do that. Go to the library tab at the top of the screen. Oh, I think I need to go in through their bullshit front end, which I usually try to ignore. I'm not streaming clip. Okay, good. Yeah, that would be bad. Okay. Okay, tutorials, license options. Could it be license options? Now it's being slow. All right. Upgrade to EX version 2. Yes, please. Upgrade. Okay, so I think that actually worked. And I can use GPay, so let's go ahead and do that. Oh, this is great. It like auto-completed all the information for me. So let's do that. And yeah. This I guess I outsmarted myself by moving to YouTube because now I can't beg for donos. I do not want Google Pay emails with exclusive offers, tips, and invitations to give feedback, but thanks for asking. Oh shit, I just noticed my Google Pay addresses are wrong. I should probably fix that. Oh, that's weird. It's actually fine. Wonder what that's about. Well, I'm gonna take it off just to be on the safe side. Okay, thank you for your purchase. After your payment is confirmed, you'll receive 2 emails because I guess one just isn't enough. So I just got a receipt. Yeah, okay, cool. Gotta have your receipts. But I guess we gotta wait for the other email. That's cringe. Oh no, we're good. Okay, thank you for your purchase. And this provides the activation code. All right, cool, coolio, cool beansy. Okay, so where do I? To change your license, tap the switch license button. License options. It shows at Clip Studio after you register your device. Once version 1 is launched, exit the program, then start Clip Studio. Oh my god. They really, okay, review change license. That should probably be it. Really love making this as unpleasant an experience as possible. So, I think, do I have an activation number? Or, do I have a... Okay, yeah, I have an activation code, not a license number. Those are different for some reason. So, submitting... okay, use it for an unlimited amount of time on one Windows or Mac OS device. Oh shit, I might... Okay, now I'm at... Oh god. I think I might have screwed up here. Because I mean I have my laptop, right? So if it might be just... So I never use it on the same device, like on the same device at the same time. So if I can swap off, I guess I don't care, although it's still obnoxious. But let's see. Activate. Use Clip Studio Paint to on more than one device. What's going on there? Okay, well this says I can use it on 2 devices, so... Although, 2 device... 1-year plan... So this didn't actually even say... I feel very ripped off, because I'm looking at this and it doesn't say it's only 1 device. It just says that it's it's upgrading. So... yeah, all it says is I can use it for a limited amount of time. I don't get early access to new future features, and I have to switch licenses after installing the new version by starting the app. So that seems a little sussy-wussy. Okay, let's try it. All right, so let's see. Clip. It just says Clip Studio Paint EX at the top, so that's obnoxious. I don't know what version I'm on. It says EX, but it doesn't say... Okay, so I'm still on version 1, so that's not good. Like, this is a multi-stage process, even though I just punched in the activation code. License options. Oh, maybe I'm supposed to do it over here. Maybe I used the wrong thing. Okay, we'll try it again. Okay, upgrade to version 2.0. And we can read more about the update here. All right, so it's downloading. All right, looks like that's going to take a minute. What should we do in the meantime? What's going on? Oh, yeah, there was that Gail Simone tweet that I wanted to check out. Give me a sec while I pull that up. Gail Simone. Oh, and while I'm at it, I've been trying to see if I can figure out some way to 6 degrees of separation my way to maybe getting a chance to talk to Gail, but I haven't had any luck so far. We've got some mutuals though, so... But, you know, she's a big enough deal. I can understand why she would be hard to get through to. Holy shit. This is unrelated, but Eldon Hansen and Deborah Ann Woll are not returning as Foggy Nelson and Karen Page in Daredevil Born Again. Oh my god, that's wild to me. Like, that's... I mean, they're... Oh my god. They're, like, I mean... They're gonna have to recast for Karen, right? Maybe it's fake news. I'm hoping it's fake news. But that wasn't the tweet I was looking for. Let's try to stay focused. Try. Okay, I found the tweet. Let's check this out. Yeah. All right, fine. Eat me. Okay. Oh, right. I gotta get a... Let's see. Oh, right. I can't use my phone because they killed the two-factor verification because Elon Musk is a weirdo. So let's try using our other verification method. Can I do email? I could live with email. I can't use email. Shit. Okay. Oh, right. I think I switched over to Authenticator, which is fine. I guess I still get to use my phone, so that's a plus. So punching that in. Okay, I think that worked. So let's go ahead and see what's going on. Yeah, we're good. I might do one more thing. So yeah, but this is something that I've been meaning to sit down and really work my way through because it's, I think, interesting and something that ties into something that I've been thinking a lot. I've thought about a lot myself, so. All right, so that should work. Ah, that's much better, thank you. Okay. Gail Simone writes, here is a theory that has some holes in it, but here we go. One of my biggest complaints about modern superhero stories is, especially from some newer writers, that they have downplayed the role of non-powered, relatable background characters. Part of it seems to be, can I thread unroll this? Is that a... Just realized I'm going all this trouble to read a Twitter thread when I can... There are probably better ways of doing this. Nice. All right, that's more like it. Part of it seems to be from a fanish reaction, fanish having no negative connotation here, that focusing on subplot characters leaves less room for the action and drama. Like a kid who fast forwards to fights in a martial arts movie. But I see it a lot in pitches and submissions from new writers and aspiring writers, artists too. Every pitch is Captain America fights Namor, and that is the entire story. Which is fun sometimes, but does it keep long-term interest? If a book is just Spider-Man versus Carnage and that's it, how long does that keep a reader's attention? We know Spider-Man isn't going to die. He is unlikely to lose. The stakes need to come from somewhere. For decades, much of the drama of Superman came from the cast of the Daily Planet. Spider-Man had his most devoted following when Aunt May and MJ and Harry were prominent. It gave context, it gave a reason for Spider-Man to care. Comics aren't cheap. There's a lot of pressure to put something on the cover and solicits that is crowd-pleasing, and tastes change. But think of the first Donner Superman, the Raimi Spider-Man movies, the Romance, the Risk. I'm noticing a weird flash. What is that? All right. Okay, it seems to have stopped. The romance, the risk, the drama comes from normal people. And I feel like the movie universes are following the same pattern, moving toward movies with fewer and fewer relatable non-combatant characters. I enjoyed Quantumania, but the cheery, fun-to-watch Friends of Scott are removed entirely, not even mentioned. Michael Douglas and Michelle Pfeiffer moved from interesting background characters to middle-of-the-action players, and the daughter as well. yeah, I heard that they had removed the recap guy from the Ant-Man movies, which is weird because, like, okay, so uh, I'm seeing a weird freak out on OBS. Is that happening on the stream too? That's really weird. Now I'm nervous. I'm gonna jump back to Twitter reg. Michael Douglas and Michelle Pfeiffer moved from interesting. Yeah, okay. Spider-Man becomes intrinsically hooked to Iron Man, replacing a lot of Uncle Ben's role. Where are the normal people reacting in ways that we would react if our neighbor or friend became the Crimson Fork or whatever? If everyone in the movie is extraordinary, it becomes ordinary. Someone needs to be able to say, holy crap, that dude is flying. It gets a little muddy, and there's less feeling of wonder. Speaking of wonder, that movie did it right. It had Etta and Steve, the soldiers and others, and it made Wonder Woman look like a miracle. Take that away, it'd be a far lesser movie. Or I guess it would be Wonder Woman 2. I do feel like fatigue might set in. For a while, every few months was some huge game-changing events in superhero comics, and I love those stories, but overuse does bring fatigue. The example of the comics is right there, for good and bad. I hope the comic movies follow the good stuff, and not the stuff that leads to more of a dead end dramatically and emotionally. That's it. Am I wrong? Smiley face, the end. So yeah, I was, this has been, I was really intrigued when I saw this float up on my feed. And it's something that I've felt pretty strongly about for a while. Although I don't think it just applies to background characters. I feel like this is a problem with super villains as well. I really feel like superhero comics have kind of made a mistake by going down the road of having all of the bad guys be supervillains. Like, I think it's really interesting to have having somebody with powers go up against people without powers, because I think the assumption is that, like, it would be uneven, but there's plenty of characters who don't have superpowers who are still, like, legitimate threats, right? Like, I mean, Baron Zemo in Captain America Civil War is a cool villain precisely because he doesn't have powers. He's just a guy. He's just a very smart, very cunning guy. And he still manages to basically wreck the Avengers all by himself. And you know, like, the idea, like, just because Spider-Man is strong and can shoot webs and he's got radioactive blood, like, doesn't necessarily mean that he's going to have the ability to, like, you know, take on a mob boss. I mean, that's kind of why Kingpin works as well as he does, right? And I think by sort of, like, overly obsessively focusing on, like, coming up with ways to make villains a credible physical threat rather than recognizing that there are limitations to physical violence, I do feel like the superhero stuff kind of gets a little bit repetitive just by virtue of the fact that it's constantly getting into the same kind of like, it forces the stories into certain loops, right? Which and like, if you go back and you look at, like, the early superhero comics, there's certainly plenty of fighting, but there's, like, a lot of other stuff too. Like, you know, Superman is, you know, rebuilding buildings that have collapsed at super speed, and, you know, they're doing all sorts of amazing things to save people that aren't just somebody falling off a building because a, you know, villain threw them off. Like, there's a lot of variety there, and there's a lot of different problems they run into that don't necessarily have a, you know, bad guy that you can just punch in the face. And, you know, like, I certainly understand the temptation. I certainly understand how adding a supervillain is a lot easier, but I think the stories are kind of poorer off because by just sort of narrowly obsessing on the supervillain community, I think it can kind of lead to sort of a myopic view that gets it very divorced from the old Marvel tradition of like the world outside of your window. And I think there's another aspect which I've thought about a lot, which is I think part of the problem is how the medium has changed, right? So I mean, old-timey comics, it was not unusual for them to be like 48, 64 pages. And it was also fairly common for them to run at like 9 or even 12 panels a page. They were very interested in cramming as much gram as possible in there. And so I think just by virtue of that, like, I mean, if you run the numbers, right, like you've got, let me think. So if you've got 9 panels a page and you've got like I'll be moderate and say like a 48-page comic, right? That is like what, for 400 panels, like somewhere in that range. 400. I'm looking it up. 432. Right. Whereas like with a modern comic, you're running at like probably not more than 6, and you're running it at like you're running probably at, if you're being generous, 24 pages, and probably closer to 22, not including the text boxes that you're using. So that's 144 panels. So you're talking about old-timey comics had basically 4 times the amount of panels to play with, and that's not even factoring in the issue of decompression, right? So stories take a lot longer to tell now. There's the average graphic novel basically takes the same amount of time to cover the story that like Ultimate Spider-Man is what, 6 issues to get through the origin. And they knocked that out in like a slim trim backup and Amazing Fantasy. So the density of story to page is just dramatically different, and I think as a result of that compaction and that refinement, I think inevitably you kind of have to make decisions about what to cut. And so if you're making those cuts, then obviously the side characters and the not superhero stuff is the most tempting target, because you're constantly looking for things to basically cut so you can make room for the big money makers. But it's I think people think that they're like separating the wheat from the chaff with it when they do that, but the problem is that like that's not really the right analogy. What you're doing is you're not sure what the right analogy would be, but you're basically, well, I mean, I guess if I'm being lazy, you're throwing out the baby with the bathwater. But yeah, I think stripping everything else away really leads to a poorer product at the end of the day. Okay, I'm gonna fire up Clip again since it seems to be done doing its thing, and we'll see if that works. This version cannot be, oh Christ, activated with your license. You have a license or activation code for this application. Version 2.0. Okay, so we're trying that. Activate. Okay, I think that worked. All right, perceptual mixing mode. Oh yeah, they have what looks like a pretty cool feature as well, where it looked like you could actually interact with Clip Studio Paint with your phone, because there's a bunch, and so you could almost use it as like a little mini Stream Deck type gimmick. But I don't think that's out yet. And I guess I'm gonna have to. All right, so I think we are officially in version 2.0. So yeah, let's go ahead and jump over. I'm probably gonna have to change this in. Oh no, we're good. That's weird. Where's my, seem to be missing some files here. Okay, CD bar, check. Let's just fire that up for now. Okay. Right. So let me grab this and we'll move that over to Firefox. Clip Studio Paint version 2.0 features a new color mixing method. The new color mixing produces various results with different color combos, but overall makes more vibrant and realistic color mixing. This is in contrast to the old color mixing that produces duller colors upon mixing. Interesting. So this left is standard and versus right, which is perceptual. So if you turn on mixing mode, you can use the new color mixing with brushes that can mix colors while painting. Okay, so left is standard and right is perceptual. I don't think I thought they might be doing mix negative, which would be cool, but I don't think that's what's happening here. If you're okay. If your app was upgraded to version 2.0 from a previous version, then the subtool setting will not be changed to the new mixing mode. You will need to change it manually by going to the subtool detail palette. Okay, so that's something that I need to probably do. I also still need to figure out where the hell those old files are. That's worrisome. Wow. I guess I can just do a search. Hold on. What did we call... Oh no, I think I lost my work. I think I'm gonna accidentally not saved. That was stupid. Oof. It's only the one, but that's still... I think I might have to redo the Ace Chemical. Because it... I accidentally closed... I thought I saved, but... Ah... Heck. But I guess that's one of the advantages of actually working on stream, which is I can probably look at that and relatively quickly recreate what I did. Okay, Carnival check, Corridor check, Hospital check, Ace Chemical. Yeah, damn it. Okay. Alright, well, I guess we'll be doing that again. Wow. So we've got our align guy, that's cool. Okay, so I guess this is probably as good of a time as any, though, right? Like, I mean, we can use this as an opportunity to see how it handles those colors. I'm trying to decide if I have the mental energy to do the Ace Chemical thing again. It's very obnoxious to have to do it again. But that was my own mistake, so I don't really have anybody else to blame. I don't suppose there's like an auto save or anything, right? Let's check. Okay. File. Enable canvas restoration. You're at a level way beyond me. I work with Photoshop and Sketchbook. I used to do some Premiere stuff, but that's my limits. Yeah, well, I mean, I've done this quasi-professionally and professionally for a minute, so I'm sure you know probably way, way, way more about Premiere than I do. Let's see. So we've got syncing, we've got open in Paint, sync, open folder, manage works, file information. I'm trying to find. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's it's gone. But it was pretty basic too, so I don't feel too bad about it. Yeah, I it's not gonna probably take me more than 10-15 minutes to put this back together. Now that I know what I'm trying to do. All right, Ace Chemical Ref. So let me go ahead and just grab that. And honestly, I wasn't super happy with that catwalk, so maybe this is a blessing in disguise. Oh yeah, I don't. I don't know. I think Gail Simone's onto something there, but I don't know what you do about it though, because I mean the problem is that comics are kind of already sort of warped into this new shape. I don't know how you get out of that necessarily. Okay, there's my reference. So let's try this again. We're going to go ahead and open a chemical, which is sadly unsaved. Yep, there's the... Okay. Just making absolutely sure there's no chance of a backup getting saved anywhere. Preferences. Tools. File. Enable canvas recovery. So that's weird. So where are those kept? That's curious. Where? Oh, no, I don't want that. Where are Clip Studio Paint backups kept? Open. Okay, that looks super old. There we go. That's it from a year ago. That's a bit more reasonable. Okay, location of materials, maintenance menu. Open folder with Clip Studio Paint backup data. That sounds promising. Kind of a weird place to put it, but okay. So document backup. Oh, there's some old stuff in here. That's interesting. Okay, no. Oh, I can search by date. Let's do date. Okay, no. Wait, that is dated at the 13th, so that's what we want. That's weird. No, that's wrong. Okay. Initial backup. These are from... These are too old. Yeah, I think I'm SOL. Alright, it happens. But, like I said, this will be a good chance to play with the coloring, I guess. Wouldn't the problem more be that Gale doesn't even have a solution? Pointing out a problem is pointless till you have the solution yourself. I don't think I agree with that. You know, I think that's probably true when you're talking about, like, certain things, but I think when it comes to the creative arts, it's, you know, I don't think someone is necessarily obligated to solve the problem themselves. I think just pointing out the problem can be enough. I mean, that's what criticism is about, in my opinion. So I don't think she's... I'm gonna have to move my chat. Hold on. I don't think she's really speaking in the capacity of a creative so much as she's speaking as a critic. So I'm inclined to cut her some slack there. Ugh. Well, I guess if no one else has noticed, there is a problem as well. Yeah, I think that's the value of that, right? Because it may be that, like, you don't necessarily know what the solution is, but just by pointing it out, you help other people who didn't notice there's a problem but might have a solution to look into it, which I think can be very valuable. All right, so first order of business, let's go ahead and grab a brush. And I need to go ahead and figure out how to do this properly because it doesn't update. So we need to jump into subtool detail and go to ink, go to mixing mode, perceptual. Depending on the setting, the color may be brightened if the color is dark. And we've got off, low, medium, and high. I don't know what that means. Limit the strength of the brightness correction when using... I don't really care about that. Okay, so let's go ahead and try this. See if it's going to make much of a difference. So starting out, we're going to need a bit of orange. I think I'm going to pull back on the sat and try that. So something like that, maybe. So we're just laying out some... I will say this brush feels faster. I think they've done something to improve the performance, which is cool. I recall when I would get this brush like really big that it would be kind of slow and sloppy, but this is chugging right along, so that could be cool. So get some. That's too yellow. That's a little better. All right, and let's try pulling with eyedropper, and we'll see how that feels. That's pretty good. Yeah, that's interesting. I think I'm probably gonna have to mess around with this more to really get a feel for it. And I guess this is obnoxious. I'm gonna have to go through and do it for every brush. Is that right? That sucks. Oh, right. Batman needs to be moved to the Batman layer. Good, good, good. I feel like we need a little more action over here. Man, I kind of got a headache. I don't know what that's about. Cringe. Whoa. Okay, let's blend that up a little bit. I think this looks better, honestly. Let's get it that way, yeah. Okay, so I guess now we got to do the catwalk. Yep. Oh shit! I gotta do the catwalk on the right layer. That would be. Why don't I just make some layers right now? So catwalk check. Tanks check. Oh, sorry. I realized you can't actually see anything. That's my bad. I'm curious. Is there? What the hell? Oh, it's the folder. Okay, so this is in the wrong folder. So if we just move that, yeah. Oh, right. I have a thing for this. Okay. Boop. So I watched a bit of what's it called? Poker Face yesterday. I watched 2 episodes. I really enjoyed it. I'm definitely gonna come back and watch the rest of it when I have time. I was thinking about maybe making it an evening show to watch in the evening. Come on. Come on. There we go. But yeah, I don't know. I was always kind of conflicted about the Knives Out stuff. Like they're enjoyable enough, but they feel a little cartoony to me, to be honest. They're just a little too silly for my tastes. Like, you know, I enjoy them. They're just, you know, I don't know, not really. They don't really land with me, and I feel like Poker Face is much more my speed, much more my vibe. So I am looking forward to that. And Natasha, I don't remember her last name, but she's like terrific in it. So, and I also have the advantage of not being somebody who has ever watched much Columbo, so all of the stuff that they rip off from Columbo is going to be totally fresh for me. Alrighty, let's see, how are we doing for time? I guess we can probably put in another hour, but I'm gonna be back in 5, because I gotta stretch and get something to drink, actually. Maybe I should probably get some food going. But yeah, to be continued after this. All right, we're back. So, art scene, yeah. And we were going to... oh, right. I think this will help if we add a railing, so... Go ahead and move you down, move you in. Are you clipping? Why are you clipping? Do not clip the layer below. I don't dig on that. Yeah, shit. Okay, slight problem. This is now a rescue operation. So we need to drop the tolerance. Apply to pixels. Boop, boop. Control C. Okay, BG pipe. Actually, yeah, no, we're good. Oh, I'm on the wrong... Okay, yeah, that would make more sense. But, I mean, I was also a fan of The Last Jedi, so... I guess everybody's got their hot takes there, but I thought it was pretty good. I enjoyed it. Why is that? Oh, I'm still in the wrong layer. Okay. Just having a day of it, honestly. This catwalk isn't really working for me. I need to rethink this. Maybe this would be a good opportunity to play with the liquefy. So I think the important thing is to get the shape right first. So let's do it this way. I think we want it a little fatter, a little longer. Okay, and just so I have more flexibility in the future. I don't think that reads. It's a little better. I think that's still... I think I gotta make this fatter. I just don't think it's reading right. I don't like... very dissatisfied with it as it currently is. Whew. Right, because I gotta... Boop. Nope. Control. There we go. Yeah, I don't like having it this big, but I feel like it works better because it gives me more room to do what I need to. Okay, let's see if that is any more satisfactory. Boop. Boop. Yeah, that's more like it. Oh, right, because that needs to be in the back. There we go. What just happened? Oh, okay. So I'm trying to think, like, what's coming up that I'm looking forward to. I guess, honestly, the biggest thing right now that I'm kind of hyped about is probably Succession, which is honestly, I think my favorite thing on TV right now. Yeah, I don't know. I've been really vibing on the Succession thing. When I was when my back was screwed up, I went through most of the Righteous Gemstones, which was okay, but probably I don't know. I just I was really surprised by how much I didn't like the violence. Like I'm not somebody who's bothered by violence, but it felt gratuitous to me on that show in a way that sort of surprised me, which is kind of a shame. Okay, so now for the grand experiment. Okay, I need to figure this out. So I'm a little bit outside of my comfort zone here. So liquefy brush. Oh, because it's so that would make sense since it's brush, and it is located in the eyedrop section. So liquefy. There we go. That's a little aggressive. I think I gotta hit it once. I gotta be pretty aggressive about it. I think that's what's gonna make it read. Yeah, that'll do it. Nice. Nice. Okay. I'd probably prefer it as an effect, but whatever, we got stuff to do. But that's not good. There we go. No, none the wiser. Okay, what else do we need? We need some... Yeah. It's a little more than 15 minutes, but, you know, to be fair, I am kind of going out of my way to do some experimentation here, so I don't feel too bad about it. So, let's see. We'll go ahead and screen. I probably could have done it in less time, but I don't think I would be happy with the results, so... and I had some nitpicks with the last version anyway. Okay. So we gotta move the tanks layer down. Why can't I do anything on this layer? What's going on? Is it locked or something? What the hell? Oh, okay. Interesting. This brush is slower than the other one. But I still feel like, I don't know, I can't tell if this is in my head or not, but it really does feel a little bit faster than 1.0. Or that might just be, that might just be me coping massively because I want to justify the price I paid. Do I not have smoothing turned on or something? Yeah, okay. It's like, what the heck? Oh, wow. What a great... Okay, yeah. Great job on an insignificant detail that no one will ever notice or see. Great job. Oh, I think... Shit. That was a lot of work for nothing. I think this works... I think just having a block there works a lot better. I don't know. Like, I'm a little bit kind of flying blind here because I don't know what Pete's going to do as far as movement, so that's a little tricky as well. Yep, missed the spot. Actually, what I could do... Oh, right. We want to use a marker for this because it's fixed width. Okay, and I think one more ought to do it. Oh, okay, I see what's going on. Boop. Oh no, I'm on the wrong layer again. I don't know why I'm trying to do it that way. So let's go ahead and move the tanks. Oh, these shouldn't be in this layer. They should be in the background layer. Okay, that makes more sense. Is that layers or history? That would be history on the far right. Yeah, I'm bad with layers, but I'm not that bad. Okay, so let's move you over. Trying to find a good home for you. Not sure that's gonna work, but I guess I'll try it. Okay, and I think we're done. So it's obnoxious, but you know, we got through it. Oh, forgot one thing. Possibly the most important thing. Can't imagine what. Oh, wait. Actually, you know what? I'll bet I can actually... This is incredibly lazy even for me, but... Control C. Noise. Oh, yeah. Nope. Not layers. What's going on here? No, cancel. Getting a little bit too clever for my own good here. Why is it copying like that? That's weird. It's picking up... Oh, I think it's because there's this thing where... No, it's applying to... I shouldn't be doing that. Control C. Control V. It's not on a multiply layer, so what the heck? There we go. What's going on? That's weird. Oh, okay. That explains that, I guess. Wait, does it? There we go. That's a little better. I don't know. I guess this is... I feel like this looks a lot, what, stronger than the last one. Not a lot, but a little bit. So maybe it's worth it. How are we doing for time? Do we have time for one more? We've got half an hour left in the stream. So what else is on the menu? Okay, so we've got Riverbank, we've got and the Carnival. So and I have a okay. So first of all, first order of business, let's save this goddamn thing. Ace Chemical check. Save as. Let's do Riverbank. Okay, and we're good. I wonder if I should... Oh, man. I think I'm gonna... Okay, we can probably ditch the catwalk. And the railing. And the pipe. But I kind of want to... I kind of feel like keeping this for just... Even if just for color reference. But I guess we can just hide it for now. And let me check the comic. Oh, no. There's a particular... There's two shots that I'm interested in here, so... There's obviously the legendary laugh crazy style, but there's also an establishing shot before that that's pretty good, which has a lot more yellow in it than I remember. Oh, that'd be an interesting experiment. Let's try that. Okay, that looks good. Yeah, I don't think that works. But I want to keep that purple. I like the purple. Oh, I should probably do this on a new layer, right? Yeah. Yeah, that doesn't work for me. Okay, let's push Joker right. Shit, I know the effect I'm going for, but I don't have trouble pulling it off. I can't quite make it read right. Shit, I hate to do it, but I think we gotta go choppy with a water top. I don't think it reads right otherwise. This is tricky because I gotta figure out how to kind of like establish this is a puddle without necessarily being too over the top with it. Oh, I think I have something. Hold on. That river isn't. I really like the idea of the river being like kind of inky, but I don't think it's reading. But it's a tricky balancing act because I've got some. I'm working with some very dark colors here, so like I like that river. I like the river. I like the other side of the river being like pretty much silhouette. I think that's cool. But sort of finding the balance of the various elements here is very tough. So I think we really gotta redo the river. So maybe like yeah. Yeah, there's something to be said for maybe getting a little aggressive about it. I don't like that but just need enough to kind of make it stand out. All right, let's try that. See how we feel about it. So fortunately, Joker cannot walk on water, or he would be in more trouble than he already is. So that looks good. That looks good. So I just need to figure out how to handle this building, and I think I'm good. And I think I'm going to cheat harder than I've ever cheated before. All of my cheating powers are coming into effect. Everything I've learned about art, I'm going to use for one singular purpose, which is to take as many shortcuts as possible. Okay, good start. Oh, because I gotta angle it. Yeah, so that's obnoxious. I gotta. Okay. Shit, no, I need to do this on a different layer. Although that's actually an opportunity. Okay. Okay, that's a little too shortcut even for me. And now, the coup de grace. Oh, actually, you know what? This isn't the coup de grace, because if I'm going to do this, I probably want to do this in Photoshop, so... I'm going to put in a dummy just to show what I'm doing, and then I'll call it a day, I think. Marker. When in doubt, just write the name on the goddamn building as large as possible. Actually looks pretty good, I think. Good enough for something that's going to be on screen for probably less than, 10 seconds. So, yeah, once I get it over to Photoshop, I'll be able to apply some cool effects to this. But I don't think Clip is really the best place for that. But, yeah, I think we're about done for the day. So, as always, thanks to everybody who tuned in. Kind of a nice chill stream. I always enjoy that. And, I think the YouTube thing is interesting. I wanted to try to get some experience here, so that's nice. Actually, that's looking pretty. That is, oh man, I love it. Loving this. I might do this. I might turn this into a regular thing. Like I might be just moving to YouTube on Wednesdays because I really want to try to branch out a little bit and oh, I gotta change that. Okay. I wanna try to change it up and try to spread my wings a little. So let me think. I'm gonna think about it. But given how relatively painless this was, and the opportunity to kind of do multiple streams, I guess theoretically speaking, if I went ahead and gave up my affiliate over at Twitch, which isn't really doing me any good right now. I could theoretically do multi-streams, which might be worth it, honestly. And I finally got my first payout from Twitch, so it's not like I would have to eat a big amount. But yeah, it's probably worth thinking about. But I think for now, my current plan is I'm gonna jump back to Twitch for the Friday stream. So, as always, thanks to everybody who tuned in to this inaugural adventure, and thanks very much to RH for following me over. I appreciate it, and I will go ahead and see you Friday. So, thanks for watching, and have a good one. Right after I figure out how I'm actually gonna end the stream. All right, there we go. Yeah, thanks for watching, and have a good one. Bye.